Good morning. It is 8:30. We're here with Tom Davis, our Administrative Director of Central Service.
Good morning, Commissioners. Start the morning off talking about consent. My departments have two different items. Number 16, a request to approve a contract with the Harvard Company to apply acoustic coatings to reduce noise in the old courthouse public spaces. This was an approved capital project. It was budgeted at $205,000, but the amount came in at $182,000. And the contract has been reviewed by prosecutors, so this is ready to go. Also for GCTS is an out-of-state travel request for Keith, Evan, and Seth to attend the Laserfish and Power Conference in Las Vegas, April 14th to 17th, and their travel budget will pay for this. Ends up being $1,557 each. Interestingly enough,
Is that hotel and airfare?
that's everything. Yeah, that's so the total is $4,671 for the team to go. Interestingly, that's in Las Vegas. I think I off the cuff last week, I think I talked to the board about possibly going to the AHR Expo with maintenance, taking 4 people to meet the manufacturers of all this new equipment. And I still I'm not ready to pull the trigger on that and ask the board, but it's cheaper to send 4 guys to Orlando than it is to go to Las Vegas. Not by much, but it's just incredible the amount that airfares have come down. The total for each person to go down to Las Vegas was $1,557. My total for Orlando is $1,412. That's airfare, hotel, conference, per diem, everything. Just blows me away. I just thought I'd mention that.
So would that come out of the
Travel budget.
the jail?
No.
Is this for the jail? Is it for the jail?
Well, no, it's more than just the jail. I mean, we're learning about the equipment we're buying there, but it's also professional development for the guys, right? There's, I went through they have a whole list of professional development courses, and I went through a list and marked like 13 courses to take. And a lot of those don't necessarily have anything to do with the jail.
Oh, okay.
But there's the manufacturers of this equipment that we're buying are there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting because the equipment, Washington State leads the country in new energy codes and pushing for more energy efficient equipment, things like that. So a lot of the stuff that we're getting is kind of cutting edge and new tech because it has to be to meet the code. We don't have it installed anywhere else. It's been noted by our building department that we're putting in some pretty fancy equipment, and I wouldn't necessarily call it fancy. I would just call it new and being pushed by regulation. It's what we had to buy to meet the energy code, but we don't have it installed anywhere else. So we're learning about it. Anyway, so still thinking about that, working with Kevin.
When is that?
It's in February. It's February 8th to the 11th in Orlando. It's a massive conference. It's actually really impressive. And I don't know, I didn't think after we went to the first one that we would ever go again. But knowing that you can actually meet the manufacturers of this equipment and take classes on it, that kind of makes it worth it to go again. After that, I don't know that we would, if it came to the West Coast, maybe, but then again,
Okay, so
it could come to the West Coast, and right now it's cheaper to go to East Coast. It's amazing.
So they have trainings at the Laserfish conference?
Yeah.
Okay.
That proved pretty fruitful last year when they went. So they learned a lot. They were able to teach other people a lot. And this is just a follow-on to that. There's an offer that's been extended to the Most Lake School District. I know it was received, and I'm just awaiting their response to that. We hired a new maintenance forward who's starting today at the fairgrounds. This is to replace Dennis after he retired. Salvador Rodriguez, he's a journeyman carpenter and a U.S. Army reservist. And I think we found a really good candidate. And lastly, the Grant Leaders Conference. I have received commitments from Joe Crete and Teresa Atkinson that they'll put something together for the conference, but I have to follow up with them. And I got an email out to Brant too, because I don't know how many people are showing up and need projectors and screens, and I'm on the hook for tech. So I need to get something from him so I know what I have to build. We did order cameras for the fairgrounds. Next week, we'll change the lights on the courthouse to red, white, and blue for the election. And then we'll go back to white. And that's about all I have for this week. I might take off a little bit early today. I'm at war with cats in the trailer hood. They're eating through the insulation and getting underneath the trailer. So I need to reinforce it and figure out how to keep the cats away from my trailer.
Are they wild?
Yeah.
I have a live
Cougar, maybe?
catch.
Wolf, coyote.
Dog. I have a live catch.
Yeah. There's a bunch of them
And
out
it was
there. I'm not the only
cats.
one dealing with this. I just noticed it last night when I got back into town. It was like, oh man. So anyway,
Good look on cat.
thanks. Other than that, any questions for me? Anything going on? Rob?
Nothing.
Okay. Well, that's it.
Oh, you did have a question on the, it's going to a training. You had about a calendar appointment that you scheduled? You can call Thursday or Friday?
Yeah, if I've got 4 more minutes, can we go into executive session and speak about a real estate transaction?
Yeah.
We can.
Okay, it's 8:37. We are going into executive session until 8:44. About a real estate transaction. It will be RCW 4231-10-1B. 8:37 to 8:44. Caitlin or Brittany, can you put us in
Commissioners, it is 8:44.
It is 8:44. We are out of executive session. No decisions were made.
The last thing in my update was I did get contacted by Desiree regarding the grant for courthouse security. They're requesting a detailed budget for the project. And it's like, well, okay, that came out of the blue. So I'm working with the architect to actually get that. I know they were working on some design, but I think it kind of fell off or fell to the back burner for a while. So, and then Mandy contacted me about it too, so I need to follow through this week.
Okay.
Get her that.
All right. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
I didn't mean to get up. I really thought we were done.
No, that's all right.
Go let the next group in.
All good.
Have a good day.
I do too.
Wonderful.
Okay, take it. Have a good one. You too.
Sorry. Howdy.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Commissioners, you have one call-in user.
Good morning. It's 8:45. We are with Jim
Good
Anderson Cook
Good
for
morning.
our weekly update.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Mr. Young is still out traveling today. He was down in California all week, last week, with the IBC conference. So we're looking forward to his return tomorrow, but we had a relatively calm week when he was out. So nothing significant to report. It went really smooth. So what I would like to discuss this morning is coming up here 2 weeks from tomorrow is we have our annual comprehensive plan amendment hearing with the board. And that is again on 11/12, and it's scheduled from 1 o'clock in the afternoon until 5 o'clock at night. That's pretty aggressive. That's a 4-hour hearing where you will be presented, I will be presenting to you 18 files. There are 9 files that are code changes, so Unified Development Code changes, and then there are 9 files that are comprehensive plan amendments, so zone changes. Nothing terribly controversial on the docket this year for zone changes, although one did receive quite a bit of attention during the Planning Commission hearings. It's a down zone from RR1 to rural remote out in Quincy, and that one is docketed to be the last one on this year's hearing. So I've organized them so that it's county business first, in that we've got some relatively easy, straightforward code changes at the beginning of the docket, and then we transition to the first zone change, so to speak, is the city of Ephrata, and that's the UGA swap that we're doing for the jail that we've been working on for several years. That one, Department of Commerce, like I may or may not have said before, it was the model application for new legislation for UGA swaps. So Commerce was in full support of it. The Planning Commission didn't have any questions over it, so it was a really good application by the city of Ephrata. So,
Is that Tom's phone?
Yeah.
Text him, let him know we have his phone.
Yeah, I was like, that's probably not gonna work.
Caitlin or Brittany, can you let Vanessa know that we have Tom Gaines' phone, please? Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. Then we got a couple MRO applications, so mineral resource overlay applications. So those are relatively straightforward. We've got a simple rezone from rural resource to R1. Like I said, a couple down zones. One of them did gather a lot of attention. And then, of course, we do have cannabis is on the agenda. I push that towards the middle, back 1/3 of the hearing. in case we do have some public participation on that one. And then solar is on the modifications to solar is on the agenda as well. That's pushed towards the back of the hearing. And then again, that last comprehensive plan change, that down zone that did get a lot of attention during the planning commission hearing is towards the end. So I would recommend that we'll bring in a stop clock. We purchased one last year and have a remote for it. So I would recommend that we keep public participation to the 3 minutes per person, so that we keep it moving along. So we did break these apart into 2 planning commission meetings. Both of those meetings were 3 hours long. And we did have 2 workshops prior to that too. So we've got 12 hours of meetings invested into.
Will we get a copy of it before, when will we get the
You
packet?
will receive, Doris just finished the minutes
Okay,
on Friday. So my staff reports will be to you tomorrow morning,
okay.
and there's a lot of them. So, but I've summarized them, and I would just pay attention to the top 4 pages. They're pretty
Okay.
straightforward. They're different this year than they have been in the years past, where I have included in the summary for the commissioners, my recommendation that I made to the planning commission, and then of course the planning commission's recommendation that they've made to you. And then if you have any questions, I would refer to the minutes that are included in your staff report, and then you can kind of get the gist, the gist of what had
Hey, we're
occurred.
glad we found the owner, Tom.
You'll get the gist of the discussions that were
Okay.
had by the planning commission. So, and then any questions you have, of course, you can ask of me during the hearing. I'll have a PowerPoint presentation put together.
So we will not be having a workshop on the comp plan.
We will not.
Okay.
No, it'll just be straight to the hearing. So, I guess all that to say, this is going to be very aggressive. There's a lot to cover in that 4 hours, and if we want to have it wrapped up by 5.
Well, almost wondered if we do the whole day, or have we already started advertising on it?
Mhm.
We've already started?
Yeah, the clerk sent out 4 pages to the paper last week. So we're committed. Now, that's not to say that, again, we're scheduled 1 to 5. We might run over, but we're going to do our very best to keep.
And we can run over, it would be,
I would rather that we didn't, but I don't see
okay. Well, I just
any
don't know if
reason.
we- Okay,
Yeah,
why
I
we
don't
couldn't
see
use
any
that.
reason that we couldn't, but it would be better if we didn't. And again, there
Do you
are,
have kind of blocks of time where everything's,
I will,
Okay.
yes, I will keep
so we know
us,
if we're ahead or behind of schedule?
yes, I will have that in my presentation so that we'll know that if we're ahead or behind. Again, the first few files are relatively straightforward, and then we have the ones that are rinse and repeat from year over year. So like the Dave's transportation plan, we've already vetted that. That's just a technicality making a motion. The capital facilities plan, Appendix J from the EDC. Those are just annual updates that, each one of those represents a file. So that's, I hate to say it, as fast as you can make a motion, those things are behind us. For example, one of the files is we added, oddly enough, in our code, our customers didn't have the ability to appeal a decision. If we made a decision, if let's say Chris were to deny a building permit application, right now they would have to appeal directly to you and or to Superior Court. There was no process by which they would be able to make an appeal. So we proposed changes to the code, which the Planning Commission agreed to unanimously, that gives our customers an appeal process. So instead of Chris saying no and then going straight to Superior Court, which is crazy, now there's steps in an appeal, including SEPA appeals. So that happens to be a file. It happens to be file number P240086 that adds administrative, judicial, and SEPA appeals. That's a good thing for our customers. And should be a relatively easy, straightforward code change for the Board of County Commissioners to understand and make a motion hopefully to approve. Again, it was unanimously voted in favor of with the Planning Commission. So I think there's some easy things that we'll work through relatively quickly. But there are some things towards the end that we could receive some public feedback on, and there's going to be some dialogue between the three of you that we'll have to work through. So.
Okay, and I forgot to tell you, we are recording this and it will be available on YouTube.
Yeah.
So I forgot to
Yeah, absolutely. So.
state that at the beginning.
So in any event, I just wanted you all to be aware that those staff reports are going to hit your desk tomorrow morning, and just please.
Doing some
pour through
evening
those.
reading, okay.
Yeah.
The code updates have any solar updates in them?
They do. Yeah, there's proposed solar amendments are in those updates, and again, you'll see staff's recommendation to the Planning Commission, and then the Planning Commission's recommendation to the board.
It sounds like they may be different.
There are differing recommendations
Okay.
throughout those staff reports. That is correct. And so we have cannabis. So some of the changes, of course, is we have cannabis code changes, proposed code changes. We have solar proposed code changes. We have battery storage proposed code changes. We have miscellaneous code changes, and that does include changes to allowed uses in the public facility zone. And that was proposed to help us with animal outreach. If you recall, we did a lot of work in and around hoping to rectify and create some opportunity in and around the fairground and the public facility zone to allow for the animal shelter. So that's in the miscellaneous file. And then, of course, legislative appeals, which we just talked about, and then some hearing examiner revisions for some appeals for hearings examiner. And then there's one other one conditional uses, CUPs. And that came from some dialogue that we had about, of course, Live Nation and the Gorge. So it's going to be, it's
It's gonna be action packed.
It's going to be action packed.
A few hours.
That is for sure. So that'll be an exciting Tuesday, the 12th. And then hopefully Wednesday, the 13th, we head to the fairgrounds and we have a successful lead event if we can get people to register and talk about upcoming comprehensive plan changes and what we're going to do for power and all this stuff. So that's what I have for the update for development services for last week and what we're working on.
Well, thank you, Jim.
You're
Any
welcome.
questions for Jim? Okay, it is 8:57. We are in recess until 9 o'clock. We meet with Kirk Essinger. Good morning, it's 9 o'clock. We are here for our update with Kirk Estinger. Kirk, welcome.
Good morning. So update first on the Tyler project. So I think the last we talked, I'd given you an update and that the new project manager was doing great. And that they were looking at the later date for rollout for payroll, but not for finance. So everything on the schedule is not necessarily needing to go back. HR still is struggling a bit with getting all the recruitment stuff that they need. And I just had a meeting this morning with Decorah and Gina, so we'll be diving back in to see what help I can give to them on that. So, but generally, in a positive direction. Has the board thought any more about scheduling updates with your project manager on this item? That's something I've talked about before. You have Michelle, who is the leader of the process, but I don't see that you guys ever have meetings with her to get updates. Is that something you would like to ask Barb to do for you?
Yeah. Even if it's just every month or every other month, doesn't need to take very long.
I mean, there really is as we're looking at process leadership, project management, that is an accountability issue back to the people that said yes, that there is something going on that direction. Thoughts, Cindy?
I'm wondering if we should put this, does it need to be a separate meeting or could we put it with our finance update?
I think you could put it wherever you want it. Yeah.
An hour and a half. Don't we have an hour and a half for finance update? I think we could probably take 10 minutes out of that. 15, whatever we need. Rob, are you okay with that?
If it's sectioned off, so it's not just like and Tyler's laugh, move on. It'd be nice to get an actual update on it from them. So, but we've only had one finance update in the last long time other than budget. So are we scheduled normal again?
I think it was just canceled because of the budget. Yeah, there
But it was
once a month.
canceled most of the
I think
summer.
when Mandy were they getting their budget together there? I don't know.
I mean, if it's going to happen, then yeah, I'm fine with it. If it's not going to, then I would want it separate.
So it's clear, I believe we're gonna move forward with scheduling these meetings with the finance.
Budget and finance and
And if
finance
not,
committee.
if we don't have those meetings, then we need to budget separately. Be our clear communication with that.
So it'll be monthly.
Cause like this one has budget and finance update and finance committee, 55 minutes.
Okay,
Oh,
so
it's
that will
55
be
minutes.
10 minutes.
Okay.
That's tomorrow or today? Today,
So today.
it's today, so.
So I'll let Michelle.
Well, then we have the law and justice, which those meetings have gotten smaller. The new jail, the Fund 311.
So the only thing that would concern me would be she's not available today and then it's a month out for the update, so.
I don't think she's been attending because she's had election stuff. If I recall
So if you could
that
put
too.
something in like 2 weeks, just a 15-minute update somewhere,
In case you can't have it done today.
yeah, well, that's, yeah.
The other Tyler update, because I talked about last time we talked, was that the data cleanup, and that's kind of the cascading thing that came out of the chart of accounts being delayed, and then some of the problems with support to recruitment. But there was a session to get the last piece of that done. The IC was sick last week, so it didn't happen, and it's scheduled for this week. But everything is going along fine there, and then I think data should look very clean, and we should have a solid base to move ahead with. So again, positive news on that front. The goal I'm trying to work for is to try and reduce the amount of Tyler time that I'm needed for, so that I can be moving toward other issues. So the next highest, I think, is the comp consultant project. And I've had a couple people, more than one person, talk to me who has identified that maybe there was an RFP done. Cindy, do you have one that you were involved in at some point?
I think there were two. I sent them to Decorah. I don't know if I CC'd you on it. It was a while back, a couple months ago, but I can look through it. Maybe it was Yakima and it's a Kitsap. Yeah. I'll have to look
Okay.
through my messages.
Okay. I will double check with Decorah then on what she has and kids then. There we go. So we can start getting a schedule for that. Training program. There's two things I'm looking at because we have referenced. I guess I would call that the next highest. And one of the things I talked about when we started this process was wanting to make sure that if we were going to be building a training program, that the board was also participating, because leadership training and all sorts of training are top-down issues. So I am requesting some information. I'd started some before when things got kind of sidelined from the resource in Spokane. There is also the gentleman that worked with Dell in that group, and I've heard a lot of very good things on him. So I'm sending something out with him also, and we'll bring it back your guys' direction to look at coaching and training for higher level higher level executives. So basically you guys or who might be included in that. Because I think we need to have a strong base in that area if we're going to start spending money in other areas, because it can derail very quickly. So not asking for anything at this point other than letting you know that's the next project priority that I'm taking a look at here. I asked Barb to come in today. She and I were debriefing on last week when I was gone, or about last week when I was gone, and there appeared to have been some questions with regard to a two-step request for one of the employees reporting to Barb that came through. And I think there are a couple things in process to talk about. One is I think there was confusion because from the PMRT standpoint, that wasn't supposed to go to the board. It was supposed to come back to me so that Barb and I would talk about it and look at process and that type of thing. But my understanding might be just out the wrong category. So it came into the board. So cart before the horse there. The second was an impression that maybe Cindy, you fall out of the loop in that information in the process. So I just wanted to bring that back so we can be looking at that process. Normally when the board is going to see those kind of requests, it is going to be when they're brought through. So other than it got out of line, my viewpoint was it went through the process that we have designed and what should be happening, but I wanted to hear any feedback if there were other viewpoints on how you'd like to see that. Thoughts, comments?
Yeah, I guess it's something I guess since it is ultimately our office, I guess it doesn't really matter when we see it beginning or end, I guess. I just was kind of surprised.
So, which
We
is,
had discussion.
I'm sorry.
We've been a part of it, in the initial steps, we've been a part of it. So I guess it was just, I was just taken aback that we didn't see it until the end. I guess something I need to make a note for myself.
Okay. And I think that, I mean, there might have been, if, again, the cart hadn't got before the horse, because it really, Decorah and I and Rob had conversation at PMRT. Decorah was talking with me about process and order and involvement and how those processes work for or like for the courts where the pseudo department head situation that we have. So part of that was to come back and for Barbara to take a look at that. So we don't know. It may have been that she would have been involved before it came through. We didn't have all the chance to go through that. I would say that I don't, I definitely, I mean, the board has to have a bite of the apple, whether or not that would always be something that comes to the board from may we look at the elements that are involved in this potential action. I don't think they necessarily would, because I think knowing that it's going to go to the board, my thought process would probably be, unless it was a really big ticket issue, it's going to come back to the board for discussion, and you're going to have all the bites of the apple there. So anyway, if there's something you'd like to see different, I guess that would be instruction to Barb, myself, or Decorah on that flow. Otherwise, what we're wanting to make sure is that we have our PMRT process as consistent as possible. Any instruction you'd like to give, either commissioner? Okay. Any questions you have, Barb?
No, I've been doing the annual reviews for the staff in the office without talking with the board. So I'm assuming that's the way it's supposed to go. So I talked to my supervisor, that's where that whole thing went. So if there's a direction that you want to see, I just need to know what that is.
And
Communication would be great.
Barb, on that topic, that may be something, if you would make a note for the next time you and I meet, because often, I mean, your staff are service providers into the board structure. So it probably, if we're not building in a process to be asking the board, what would you like added to this? Or there's anything you observe, that we probably want to strengthen that process.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Okay. And with that, that was everything on my list for today, following the week that I was off and about in another state.
Okay, Kirk, I will look for that RFP and see. I know I've got an email thread.
Well, and that I can search it through Decorah's and HR stuff. So why don't you let me worry about it, and if I have any problems, I'll come back and ask for help. Okay. All right, then. That's all my stuff.
Okay. Oh, and I forgot to tell you, our meetings are recorded and they will be available on YouTube. So sorry about that. It is 9:14. We are in recess until 9:30. Good morning. It is 9:30. We are here with Barbara Vasquez for the Clerk of the Board update. This meeting is recorded and it will be available on YouTube.
Okay, good morning, commissioners. We're gonna since I only have a half an hour this morning and some things have come up, I'm gonna just kind of go here and there. So pending decision spreadsheet, I'm gonna move to the end in case we have time at the end. Brittany, any new incident claims received?
I do not think so.
Okay, if they do, feel free to chime on in. And move in the public records officer update. Mike is gone, but I do want to acknowledge Emily. She has received her WAPRO certification. So that's great news for Emily. Next thing on my list is the Veteran Services grand opening for the new facility. I met with Tony last week and we would like to propose a date for the board. We're looking at November 22nd, which is a Friday. November is probably one of the busiest months I've seen that you had because of the holidays that are in there. So that's the date I would like to propose for the three of you. Would you like to look at your schedules? That's what works for Tony. And let me know.
Should be fine.
Okay. November 22nd. Okay. The next one is meetings for the WASAC week. Cindy, you are not going, but Rob, the meetings start Tuesday, November 9th. This is the schedule for that day. We need to have a few public hearings and
19th.
yeah, this is a Tuesday.
Is that where they have the meetings or is that for the board?
The full meetings start on the 8th,
Okay.
but a lot of board individual meetings. So that's why I wasn't sure if you were planning to attend any of those. I know Danny
Danny will
is.
be at that one.
Yeah. So Cindy will be here. So if you are gonna be here, then we can have public hearings that day. And then you can
No,
get
I
to
don't
the,
need to be at those.
you know, so we can do hearings that day. Okay, Miss Caitlin, go ahead and schedule those public hearings for the 19th of November that we were talking about. Okay, excellent. And I wanted
Ma'am,
to,
we already scheduled those public hearings on Monday that week.
is that what we decided to do? Okay, well, thank you very much. So if it's already done, I apologize. I forgot about that. Thank you very much. Okay, so we did it for Monday.
Or we did it on Monday, not the 18th? Okay,
But Monday is the 18th, I think.
Monday the 18th.
Yeah, so we were gonna do them Tuesday night. Sorry, I forgot that we had totally gone a different route, just in case Rob was going to be gone, so. Thank you, Caitlin. The Grant County Lead Summit, the registration, just wanted to confirm that, yep, you are good for me to register the two of you and pay the $25.
I'm good.
I will confirm with Danny, and then Rob, you had mentioned me as well, is still okay for me to go?
I'm good with you going. It's up to the other two also.
I'm fine. Okay, guess you can talk to Kirk.
Okay. I will talk to Kirk at my next meeting. Okay. I sent the three of you the updated City of Moses Lake Sale of Animals Ordinance for your review. So I didn't know if you wanted to talk about that right now, or is that something that you would like to talk to about with the prosecutor's office?
Yeah, I think prosecutor's office. I haven't reviewed the one that you sent yet to see if it's any different than the other one I already saw.
Okay, that was the one she sent me, was posted to their website, yeah. Okay, so if the board is interested in putting that together.
Well, we can just put it in, and I'll let Rebecca know on their next time we meet with her next week.
What else do we have here? Decorah asked me to ask of the board, you have your budget update continuation November 15th. She wants to confirm that will you or will you not be discussing the requested positions through position coordination? If it's going to be discussed, she wants to be there. But as of right now, the board told me not to invite anyone. So if that is going to be discussed.
Is that when we're going to review the capital items and the budget again?
The board just had me put on the calendar budget update.
Yeah, no, I think since we assigned everything on the Capitol, we probably, I mean, it's an open meeting, we can't tell people if they can or can't
Right,
go,
she
so
specifically
I
said,
think
don't
just-
invite anyone, but I did invite John from the museum, because you wanted to meet with him again. So he's
On this
invited.
meeting?
On the 15th, yes.
Okay,
It was the only time that the board had.
okay, that's probably not the best time to meet with John.
Okay.
What do you
Well,
think,
this,
Rob?
yeah, that meeting was supposed to just be kind of like a November recap of what we've already looked at and talked about.
Yeah, on the 15th.
And then we were going to do probably another one where we include everyone for the capital.
Okay. I was trying to find time for John to come in, but your schedule is.
Yeah, no, I think it would not be nice to John to have him at a public meeting like that. So I think we need our own.
A separate public meeting for
What do
him.
you think, Rob?
I
Yeah,
thought it would be
unless-
10 minutes just in the beginning of a 4-hour meeting. That's where my thought was going, but I can
I
definitely
just think
change
it would
that.
be a courtesy. I
To
don't
have
want to do
him at
that
his
to
own
John.
special
Yeah.
meeting. Okay, I can do that.
Even if we shorten the 15th to start 15 minutes later or 30 minutes later.
So we can have him at or at the first meeting, but then start the other meetings later.
Yeah, that way you don't have a room full.
Okay.
I don't,
Okay, that would probably.
just don't think it would go well, because I think we'd need to have a tough meeting with John, and I don't want to
Yes.
put him in front of a bunch of people.
Okay, so we will put, Caitlin, the November 15th meeting, does it start at 9?
It starts at 10, and then Rob has the NACO Leadership Academy from 9 to 10.
Okay, so it starts at 10. So we can have John come in from 10 to 10:15, and then have the other meeting that we didn't invite anyone else to, except for Mandy and Michelle, for the balance of that day. Okay, does that work for you? Budget update. And that'll be at 10:15. Okay, so then he at least knows he's gonna be here at 10 o'clock. Okay, we will amend that and let Mandy and Michelle know. Speaking of Michelle, I went and talked to her. She is not available today to attend the budget and finance meeting. And after looking again at your schedule, because I know you said a couple weeks out, unfortunately, there's not any time the next couple of weeks. Their next meeting is November 25th.
I did visit with Michelle, so I can give you an update or give what's going, she gave me her update.
So do you want me to just wait until the 25th and make
Yeah,
sure
the
she knows?
25th is fine.
And I'll make sure that she knows that that's the date that she gives her Tyler Tech project manager update. Okay, so again, back to the Decorah question. Are you going to be discussing requested positions on the 15th? And should she attend?
And you said it's 4 hours?
Yes.
Then I might as well. Maybe we do a beginning recap of where we're at that time, and then go into positions and capital. The problem is to me, we don't really have the best knowledge of what's to come in the budget. So then if we do fill the room with capital and start approving, denying on that day,
So over today, we get a breakdown from Mandy of kind of what our difference is, what our
so wait
overage is.
until after finance meeting and see.
Just see.
So yeah, probably on the 15th, just have a meeting, just to see where we are financially, and then we'll schedule another meeting.
In
Going
December.
over I guess what all our cuts or additions. I really have no idea where we're sitting. I'm guessing it's 6 or 7 million over budget, which is probably not gonna fly. So that's just me. That's in my mind, trying to come up with an amount.
So after your meeting today, I'll ask you this question this
Yep.
afternoon. Does that work? Okay. Ask this afternoon. Okay.
But again, it is open to the public, so they can sit in and.
Yeah, so I don't know if everyone's planning to attend or not, so.
Yep.
Okay, so I will ask you that this afternoon after you meet with her. Okay, some sad news to announce today. This morning I received letter of resignation from Brittany. So her last day is November 8th.
Brittany,
Okay, so we are gonna work our best to find her replacement. Very sad news.
was Brittany going somewhere really fun and exciting?
I'll let her answer any questions.
Okay.
Since we have time, pending decisions?
Okay, coordinated entry, 5-year plan.
That might
We
be a change coming up, cause Brittany and I were gonna work on that together.
Let's start at the bottom, so I always feel like we pick on. Well, we can, since we already did that, okay. Afraid Family Dentistry, working on that. Travel policy extension of claims expense reimbursement due 45 days after travel. This is approved as a walk-on 6/23. We are still rolling with it. If we get a risk coordinator, hopefully they can help with the posting of that. Bonnie Helvey, amendment to the code. We just got the code from Moses Lake. We'll work with the PA's office on that. Superior Court space. And that's a Tom Gaines. More to come on that. Contract policy. It's District 3. What is going on with the contract policy? I'm kind of like at a loss here. What? I thought we we're gonna change it to 20,000.
I don't think it's been adopted yet.
Okay. We were kind of rolling with the 20,000 now.
Yeah.
As a soft. Okay. Yeah, okay. Certainly. Small and attractive things. The county, look at that, ADA access at the county museum. Again, that's paths and trails, possibly paths and trails. Ice cream truck is here. We do not meet with public works today, do we?
No, they canceled.
Okay. They are the holder of the paths and trails funding, so that would be an ADA, they could possibly help with the ADA access, possibly. Or Tom Gaines. Did Tom put something like that in his budget?
Not for there.
Determine future of work release building. We're still working on that, it's kind of in the works. Safety committee plan, the risk coordinator, I think if we hire, I have made some changes for the risk coordinator, adding just a couple job titles. Taking the upstairs, oh, what we got here? We got it right here. Taking the one that our insurance risk manager put together. And just adding review insurance portions of contracts, is that something we want our risk manager to do? Most of the stuff is in there. And investigate or report safety hazard, working conditions and or incidents and advise to prevent or reduce.
I'm assuming that person would take over what Brittany was doing as well, managing.
Yeah,
the fund.
and that's already listed. So I think the only thing when I did all the comparables, it was ones that take administration action to recover costs against responsible party. I just wanted to make sure everything was dumped into the one we're looking for. And that was kind of the only thing, because I do believe we want them to review the insurance portion of the contract.
Yeah.
So, and then investigate and report safety hazards. So, other than that, I feel like I can deliver this to Decorah. And I just don't know if we're gonna try to wait until 2025 or start looking at 2024. Or we can look at it.
If you give that to Decorah, then she takes it through PMRT maybe? I'm not sure how that would work, but
Well, I think I told her I would work with the job description, so I had this last week, she did not show up for the HR meeting, so I will go visit with her if I have a hot minute.
I'd like to initial the quarter of the letter. Okay, that is all that I have. Do you have anything for me?
no.
Okay, it is 9:47. Thank you, Barb. It is 9:40, and again, we are recording this and it will be available on YouTube. It is 9:47. We are in recess until Good morning. It is 10 a.m. We are here for the Commissioners Roundtable. This meeting is being recorded and it will be available on YouTube. Heads up. Back to the agenda here. Review of consent agenda items. Anybody in the room have an item on consent that they would like to discuss? Let us know about. I did have I'll be quiet here, development service cannabis producer application for assumption. Okay, I knew you were in the room. I'm like, how do you stand? You're fine. That, because of the moratorium, that should be
Denied.
denied.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought there was another one. Cannabis retailer license application number 3 as well.
That is, retail is not part of the moratorium,
Okay,
so.
so this is good. This is just our annual okay. So like,
Cindy, number 27 has been reviewed by Rebecca, just so you know, for contract.
And then I did get from Renew, I got on item 23, the one that was held from October 15th, they did get that reviewed by legal also.
okay, and then 24, 25, and 26, 24 agreement. Did 24 need reviewed?
24 was reviewed. It is just confidential, so
Okay.
it is not included in the. It is right here though, if you wanted to see it.
Okay, no, I totally trust you if you say it was reviewed. And I have Rebecca in the room so she can.
Which one was that?
It was the Elios Health Inc. and Renew.
It was reviewed, and just to clarify, it is subject to the public records requests. So if people want to request it, we do need to provide to them.
All right, any other?
Number 16, is that just continuing sound?
Yeah, this is a different project, so
Oh, where's that one?
well, no, that's number 16. It's, yes, it is. Yeah, just in a different area, so.
The old courthouse public space. The historic, we should put the historic, we are in the old part. Okay, anything else? I'm moving right along then. It's gonna be a quick.
If you want the LTAC thing.
No, I just need to talk to Brittany about it for.
So the LTAC, yeah, give us an overview of the LTAC. How did that go?
It went great. Can I have a paper?
Yeah.
I'm not sure the amount is correct that's on the agenda, but I was gonna wait to talk to Brittany about it. So the big things, I mean, do you wanna know the denials, or the big change is going to be the amount that was voted on for Grant County tourism promotion being cut down a lot. So
What is
it's 300,000.
Okay.
Their request was 515. Last year they got 450. So that's really the hot one probably in here. A few were denied. Divine's professional basketball group was denied. Their application was bad, plus they did not attend the meeting. Couple events at Crescent Bar were denied. One was approved. The reason being that area is full, whether or not they had these concerts or not. Then Real Recreation was denied because it was a capital request, but it was almost more of like it didn't fit tourism. it was more of like an asset for themselves rather than a tourism promotion type asset or property. And those, I believe, are the only denials. The one not on here is that the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee did approve putting in the $100,000 for the destination marketing.
On top of the.
On top of the 874,000, which was 100,000, but it's not on here. So I don't know if Brittany missed it or if I'm just not seeing it. So that was LTAC.
Do they have any discussion on tracking the software to track the attendance
They were interested in it, but we didn't do an
application?
application.
But there's still funds, it looks like.
Yeah, there are funds
So it
left
could
over.
be- I just think it would behoove that everybody that's applying or kind of a review to see what the.
Yeah. I never looked into it. Jim McKiernan looked into it. He did all of the research plus
helpful.
holds the contract. Yeah.
It's a neat piece of software. Jim, kudos to that software to see when you have an event, the attendance amount.
Yeah, I still think, I don't know if there's a way to do it out of sequence, Rob, but I still think tourism or LTAC should consider funding a year's worth. I'm renewing my contract, I know, in the next couple months.
Yeah, I don't know how the fund works exactly, but maybe we can encourage that or spend that ourselves. I don't know. We didn't have an application and we did get brought up. We talked about it quite a bit, but that's where it ended.
I am meeting with Doug from the city of Moses Lake to talk about the comparisons between Datafy, which they purchase, and Placer, which I think is much better. And he's kind of hoping that the county will also consider doing a product that the cities could then use. Obviously, I think he would like us to pay for it, in other words.
Well, yeah, and then who would be the holder?
Right.
Datafy is about half the price of Placer, isn't it?
Yes, it's about 18 grand is what they're paying a year. And Placer, when we did the discussions last year, was around 30 for an entire county product.
And at that point, would we have to do an RFP?
I'm not sure. We're already under contract with them, right? With Placer AI?
Yes, for the fairgrounds.
At 7,000.
We'd have to look at that. That would just be an expansion of their contract. We'd have to look at how they were originally selected.
Do you want me to go through the process of getting a quote at least from Placer and see what their pricing is solidified for 2025?
I'm open to hearing the price, yes.
So I guess it's, thank you, Jim.
I'll get a proposal from them and forward it to you all.
Okay. And before we jump into the updates, Jim, I did talk to Public Works. They have 300 and some odd thousand in paths and trails. If we could do a connector from, I don't know my date, but
It's the ADA connector that's on your budget this year, isn't it?
is that in the budget
Yeah.
I believe
for
it
the
is.
fairgrounds?
I think we had it. I'll have to look. I don't have it.
It's on there, but I wasn't quite sure what the heck it was, to tell you the truth, because I wasn't part of that discussion.
It was a last minute ad.
Cindy,
During the budget meeting.
I feel like Vanna. It would be, let me figure out where I'm at for this one, coming down, and then maybe a straight shot through here. I don't know if that's connected.
It is
So many
connected right
people.
now, but we could do a straight shot in the
No
bathroom.
idea.
We could do a straight shot in the bathroom floor. It is connected right there, but we could do a straight shot in the
Right there.
bathroom floor.
To
Yeah.
the gravel. Yeah, I heard a lot of complaints with this gravel because they don't know that there's a connector. They need to do their overview. We need to have our own little map of the fairgrounds, like I guess Disneyland probably has one. So there's funding, a funding source.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. And then also there was the Grant County Museum, maybe an ADA. I'm not sure what that looks like. Barb, do you want to maybe share it for a moment or?
When I was on my knee scooter and I attempted to go there, it was an absolute struggle to get from the parking lot into the venue at all. The gravel, it was just too hard. I had to walk and pull it with me.
Okay.
So the walkways, the parking lot, the entryway is just not ADA accessible.
So we need a spot to get to the. Sorry. These things are important. We have a wheelchair or push and stroller or a device that has wheels, not feet. Okay, thank you, Barb.
And then item 11, I is going to discuss as well.
Item number 11, the appointment letter for the Solid Waste Advisory Committee. Okay, yeah, we had seen.
Oh, do you know what, I should probably talk about item 12 also.
Okay, appointing Sarah Smith. We had seen this earlier, so thank you. For Rob, did you saw Sarah?
If you want to.
Okay. Sarah Smith from WSU Extension. Okay.
And then item 12.
Okay.
The tourism committee has been talking about changing storage units to one that is closer to Rochelle, really creative. And so she found a storage unit in Electric City. She is wanting to purchase, it's a month by month rental, sorry, for next year and cancel the storage unit that is in Moses Lake. So this has not gone to legal because it's under 5,000 unless you have this for over 5 years. It's $85 a month, due on the first of the month. And right now it's just a blank contract. I put it before you guys because it's in Electric City. And if.
Where's the current one?
The current one's in Moses Lake. This is the new one.
What are they paying in Moses Lake, you know?
I don't know. I don't know that we actually have a copy of the contract with the storage unit in Moses Lake.
Seems like Freddie would be ideal, not Moses Lake.
Yeah,
Well, I think they had it in Moses Lake because of Burke marketing, and then it just stayed over there. So
Definitely see moving it to a closer.
yes, well, she's wanting to move it to Electric City.
Which is not close unless she's running the
Yes.
stuff, so
Yes.
I would prefer if you were gonna have one, it be in Ephrata, a move.
When does her contract is?
Her contract ends December 31st.
Okay.
The storage unit contract also ends in December.
Okay.
So
I would
whenever,
kind of work to see if she has a contract, then I'm fine if it's an Electric City by her.
if we were to renew with her.
Does she distribute all merch?
Yes, mostly. But not say all, I'd say most.
And is she responsible for getting the booklets and literature out?
Yes.
And it's month by month, so you can change it.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Anything else? Some fun things for the grant. Andy, you're gonna sign a grant amendment or agreement. Landfill, fun stuff. Okay. We're done with the consent agenda, the commissioner updates, Rob,
Yeah, I already gave the update on Monday. I was at Echo Glen for a tour of the juvenile detention center there. I went over the lodging tax meeting that took all day on Wednesday. Thursday, I was at a Fish and Wildlife ORV concern meeting with Sand Scorpions, the county, and Fish and Wildlife Bureau, Ecology, just discussing, trying to work together on the plan for the yellow zone and red zone at the sand dunes. They found the leopard frog in some of the yellow zone.
Uh-oh.
So they want to do a group consensus type meeting, study session to figure out the best plan going forward. So that's basically what I got out of that. Did you get anything different? Were you in that one? You weren't? Who was in there? Josh?
Josh was in there.
And then Panic? For some reason I thought Jim was there. Well, that was the meeting. So we'll see what's to come of that as we go forward. I'm sure it'll move very slow. And the city of Moses Lake voted to not continue their contract with Hope Source running the sleep center. They are going to continue month to month right now, but they are not signing the contract. So if Hope Source chooses to not run on a month to month basis, then the sleep center will close. So that could be coming up soon. They've looked at denying the funding also. So all emergency housing funding and the recording fee money. So we'll know more in the next few weeks. I've been talking to Carrie to let her know that that could be coming, so we don't keep sending money when the time comes.
Okay.
So that could be interesting.
Okay, you wanna talk about your county leadership? Which our department heads and elected officials are more than welcome to attend. And we encourage.
Which on the
you to
summit?
attend. Yeah, the summit, sorry.
Oh man,
County Leadership Summit.
I don't have my computer. But the County Leadership Summit is going to be November 14th. It's going to be at the fairgrounds. It does have a cost of $25 per person. Everybody has to pay to attend. It's going to basically touch on county planning. So Dave Brand, I believe, will have a portion. Tom may have a portion. Jim and Chris, I know, will have a portion. The sheriff may be offered a brief portion also. PUD will have a portion. Everyone will basically be presenting to work together and showcase what they're doing, their issues. Dave's gonna show some of the smaller cities, if they attend, how they can apply for some grant funding for some of their small projects that they currently aren't doing, or maybe they don't know about. So it's just a county conference basically to get everybody working together.
Thank you, Rob. I've been working with Decorah. We're looking to get a risk manager or risk coordinator hired for the county. Our insurance pool has highly advised. And all the commissioners that sit on that board, most of them have a risk manager. We're the largest county on that board, and we do not have a risk manager. So they have asked that we look into hiring a risk manager to help. And they would probably be doing contract reviews. There's a whole list of things that they would be doing, working with our insurance and working with the different department heads and elected officials to kind of minimize risk and mitigate risk if we're already in a situation, and just be a big help. That's pretty on board for that. Linda Michelle, it sounds like Tyler is going well. The new project manager is a breath of fresh air. That's not the word she said, but it's been going much better with Tyler. I'm looking at Mandy like, no, it's not going good. She said the board, we should be getting the updates, the commissioner should be getting updates on that. And yeah, the new project manager is going better. Where do you get a little update on that? Is it going, I mean, do you feel like it's going, or you hate it, or?
Well, there's two pieces to Tyler running simultaneously, the payroll side and the financial side. And so the pieces that I've been involved with, I didn't have the same issues that they had on the payroll side. But I'm hearing the same thing, that things are going better with the new project manager on the payroll side, but I'm not involved in those meetings or trainings, so it's hard for me to weigh in on that.
And I think the most difficult by far has been the HR component, the recruitment, and that has just been like a snowstorm, just or a volcano, just erupting every other
Yeah.
day. But it sounds like the others are moving.
My side's going swimmingly.
All right, so that was that, and then in District 3 Ag, we've had so many accidents, I think truck-related accidents, so whether it's on a highway or a county road. So Ag is slowing down, starting to slow down, potato harvest is winding down, apple harvest is still, probably till the middle of November, they're still picking apples and stuff, so just be mindful if you're in District 3 because we have a lot of trucks. As we joke, if you're breathing pretty much and can barely drive a car, but if we need you to drive a truck, you will be driving a truck, so we have. There are great truck drivers on the road too, but sometimes I think in the ag world, we just get a little tight and there are just people. There's trucks on the road, they cannot stop as fast as you can. Okay, that's it for all the accidents in District 3. And has anybody heard from Danny? Hopefully he's alive and well.
He made it.
To Ukraine.
Yeah, I asked him if he had made it, but I haven't heard from him. He's been online though, so I haven't talked to him.
All right, so it's, unless there's something else, it's 10:21, we will let you get back to your day and just remember to look for that wow moment or create a wow moment for somebody else or for yourself. That was in our leadership, look for that wow. Look for the wow for the day.
In a positive way, a
Yeah.
positive.
Positive wow.
Well, usually a wow is wow, not a oh, wow.
Wow.
Mute. Okay. Oh, there we go. Good morning, it's 10:31. We're here for our budget and finance and accounting update, budget, finance.
And it starts out with the Treasurer's Finance Committee agenda.
Oh, this meeting is being recorded and will be available on YouTube if you would like to review this lesson, this.
Oh, so it's a YouTube thing now,
We're
so
a
I
YouTube
guess
sensation.
need to,
Look your best.
yeah,
Joe's gonna be
Just,
You
stoned.
have a nice bright.
I just wanna
your
make
shirt looks
sure
pink.
that front of me is facing the cameras.
Well, either way, they're
Yes,
look at the back of my hair.
How do they do both angles?
that's
on
why I
YouTube?
sit here,
Okay,
so that,
maybe we should sit at the guard so you don't.
put yours over there. So. All right,
Pause, Daryl. I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt, but I do. These are now available on our website under the auditors page, the minutes and the documents that I provide. So not all the minutes are yet there, but all the agendas for 2024, all of the revenue and expenditure reports that we provided to you are there for the public and you as well.
Under the auditors, well, thank you.
good.
Just a minute. Did you put my paperwork up on top, Daryl?
Your what?
Mine? Here, you did. Thank you, Daryl. You're hiding it, you're making me get my steps in.
No, but
Carrie, do you need one?
Nope, got it, thank
Okay,
you.
we're on board now.
okay. It's been a long month, trying to finish state reports when tax doesn't work. And it's been deemed not following state law and current use. And now I found that PAX didn't set up correctly our real estate excise tax, and so we've been continuing complaining about having wrong numbers. I finally had a county actually call me back and show me their screen of their setup. And their setup is different than ours. So now I have to tell PAX, and so they don't have to research their own problem and how to fix their own problem. So this is, we've had a lot of money come through. We haven't seen the 20 million yet, right?
No.
Yakima County got theirs 10.
What are the 20 million?
That's from the tax service, CoreLogic.
For all the mortgage companies they represent.
Oh, okay.
Usually it's here by now, but.
Yeah, so. Interest rates actually have gone higher with the Fed rate reduction. It actually created a curve where the long end went up, which isn't so good for our next year. We need to have this start dropping for next year's debt we're gonna incur. The state pool rates are going up to 490. And we're expecting to have over 300,000 in the state pool. But we made a purchase today that's for investment purchase for 10 million that I show at the very bottom of that section for a 5% item that's callable in 3 months and monthly after that. It's tough to find 5% unless you go really long. I'm trying to stay 3 years and under for purchases.
Way to go, Daryl.
So revenues for end of this month, they're coming in. Sales tax is up again, big time. We're now around 11% over last year and 10% than what I budgeted for. So, which then also goes the 1/10 and all these others that have this based on the same thing countywide, including cities, is at the same pace as 11%. So it's not usual when both the county and the cities are at the same growth level. But we're all over 11% from last year. So our funds are doing really well. Our hotel motel tax is actually catching up to last year's pace and just a little bit behind last year. But of course, we got all the next few months is the big months, the final big months for the year, and then it starts slowing down.
So we basically have been surpassing our budget right now, like law and justice, we're like 50,
right now, law and justice, the 110,
50.
is where,
100 down.
we're over 7%
We'll get
over
by the end of the
budget.
year.
I have a budget to date, we're, 3% on the,
And
almost,
hotel motel tax,
right,
100,000
so we're
or 90,000.
doing quite well on revenues, and which also is helpful in regards to what we're doing for how much money we'll have available to pay when we incur the debt next year. So we're still in good pace. Of course, property taxes are behind last year because of the problems of the over budgeted. Property taxes, interest and penalties, number slow. Investment interest, we had a big correction on investment interest, which some money went to the county that was supposed to be spread to the districts on certain items. And so September was the month we realized and got that corrected. It's involved multiple months of some balances. So but we're still ahead of last year in regards to total interest income, and 5% ahead of 5% of last year, and 20% ahead of what was budgeted. The real estate excise tax is getting busier now, getting much more activity and higher sales. So we're seeing some big numbers already for this month. So we'll be probably getting our budget amount by the end of the year. The admissions tax is big payments are coming in. We just got another on top of the 1.486 million. We have another $551,000 adding to that. So then we got, let's see. Yeah, so then we are gonna be over budget on that one as well for admissions tax. Okay, we're still obviously the budget, and not much more to talk about. Just this is a really busy next 3 weeks trying to get it all posted until we change the way we process taxes. And if you approve the expenses I had to change the way we do tax statements and post them next year. I don't have anything else. Any questions? That would be up to over 600 million again by the end of this month for total investments. So that'll be good. And the state pool is still good. That's all I have. That's quick.
Good job.
If anyone is curious, we are now up to date on our Harris payments. We have, and at the end of it, we're about 30,000 over the contracted amount. And Missy said that was because she did not account for tax. And so that would be about the same. Yes, but the implementation costs have all been processed.
Okay.
And then for my piece, just a September report here for you guys. As always, anywhere we aren't meeting our expectations or with expenses are over our expectations, we're highlighted to bring to your attention.
Why are we always highlighted?
It's Daryl's fault.
What?
No, we have, I think, grants that we need to transfer.
And Carrie and I worked on grants on Friday to clean up and figure out where we're at with that. It's still not totally reflecting GP, but we have processed several transfers to try to get that cleaned up and get us where we are as an actual number and reflected in those ARPA accounts and grants admin account. Won't reflect it in the financials till next month, till October's report.
District Court, are they just not ticketing like they were, or the payments are slow? They're down too.
I don't know anything that's significantly different. I mean, I paid my tickets.
Plural. Right.
The planning is going. Election.
Elections is overspent. Michelle said she had a lot of extra costs with collecting ballots, and there was something else, I can't remember specifically. But she said like this is like one of the first years that she's ever been over in that department.
The museum, we will be meeting with John from the museum to go over his.
I think the 15th?
Well, yeah, instead of putting him in our big budget meeting, which I don't think would be fair or appreciated by him, we'll have a smaller meeting with just him to kind of dial in the overage.
Yeah, and I went through and compared our estimates where we didn't have him over as much to the actual payroll that he's been submitting, and each month he's been over. And he was supposed to be cutting, he was supposed to be cutting hours to get it under that targeted amount, and for whatever reason.
So we'll visit with him about that. Daryl, you're the high runner for the overtime.
That hasn't changed for many months.
Yeah, I don't think they've had any this quarter. Yeah, not since June, I guess. Or maybe in October, will that peak again a little bit, or no?
No,
Okay.
no. No, we just, now everything is done. Posting and all that kind of stuff, the month end is coming up.
Yeah, hopefully overtime we get staff and.
We have the meeting, I think, scheduled for December 2nd. Any area that we think we're going to be over budget, we're going to do a budget extension on. That would include for the museum, the Harris payments, maybe for sheriff's office related to expenses for their vehicles. I don't know for sure.
I think Joey has been looking at the vehicles, so he's turned about 287,000 on holding off on the purchase of new vehicles, so I don't know if it'll show. I don't know how they, if that will show a savings, or maybe it's next year it catches up, but we will not be renewing a couple vehicles. Yeah, 357,000 in Pleasant Trails.
Yeah. The
Mental health.
133 account, over $6 million.
Well, we can.
Yeah, was that?
Payments.
Yeah.
We're probably gonna have to.
I thought some that we would do for jail. Yeah. It'll go faster.
Yeah, don't worry, we're building up, we can build it up because we have a debt payment.
So.
Well,
that's
look at
supposed to-
Matt.
So, paying, losing people due to death for a morgue isn't, economic development?
Yeah, no, we can use it for that.
I was kidding.
No, we can. Cause you have to have it's a service you have to have if you're gonna. The morgue falls under, the coroner's office falls under law and justice.
No, I was listening to the Wenatchee radio station and talk about how this, I was reading it in the paper, Wenatchee World, how the prices went up big time at the Chelan County Jail. And they weren't happy trying to figure out how they're gonna pay for it, so,
We're actually under budget, we've been going under.
yeah.
Why did it go up?
Because that's what they said it cost, and the costs were like, 47% in 1 year. Or was it 74%?
Well, thank you, Matt.
More intake or higher cost?
No, the
per
higher
person?
cost per prisoner they're charging.
Interesting.
Yep, and the 135 MAC fund is building up again
Yeah, so they're
after a
using
huge
it,
expenditure, yeah.
they will be using it to, Rob's on the board, to pay for, update their radio towers, I think new roofs.
Buildings and equipment.
Well, if Daryl is right, we are going to be ending the year at a loss, right, Daryl?
Well, the property tax is gonna, your full effect of your property tax budget is gonna start showing its effect at the end of the year. That revenue is gonna be, but we still have a lot of revenues that are gonna be above budget. But I'm not sure it's gonna, how much is gonna chop into the property tax over budget revenue. So, we'll see. But then,
Or healthcare reserve, where that's building.
And we're budgeting to transfer more into it next year.
That flame's gonna wipe it out so fast.
And that's what they keep saying, like, we're due for a bad year. I don't know, statistically, or.
The age of our employees.
Oh.
Carol. We're all getting older.
I don't know what to talk about. I'm not like a department head that has a whole bunch of unpaid leave to get on a payout. When I'm gone with no other monies except for that pension. Oh, and social.
At a loss
Make it,
of
Daryl.
future
You look like the
interest
type
revenue.
that, you look like the type that you do save, so you're probably gonna.
I
be
can't
fine.
figure out,
You don't look like you're living paycheck to paycheck.
I know, I keep figuring, I can't figure out how to spend more of my money. On a monthly basis, it's just,
That is my struggle I've ever had.
Daryl, you need to get married. We can find somebody for you and then want your account drained. There's people out there that are really good at it.
Just get a woman.
Roads and trails, I'm just looking at the revenue summary for other funds.
Hey, maybe now that these meetings are on YouTube, that might spark interest. You can make it like.
do we have commercials on YouTube?
Yeah, they advertise, but we're not getting it unless we have a
Millions of
certain amount
followers.
of followers, yeah.
For sure, we're not gonna.
Maybe Daryl could get that,
You can get
that
that.
follower.
You get that following on our YouTube channel, Daryl.
Get the interest out there.
We're not as lively as some counties. Lodging tax.
While
There's
you're,
gonna be a walk-on for lodging tax today. It wasn't included in the breakdown, $100,000 for the destination marketing.
Oh, okay, you were worried that there was an error.
Yeah, and I didn't realize we were approving consent today, so it's going to be walked on, because if it's not, then it's going to impact tourism and other things, not knowing their approved amount, and they're gonna need budget meetings before
That's fine.
the new year, so.
We'll over in the copy. Okay, well, whoever makes a change.
things working.
Healthcare reserve.
While you're going through the financial figures, I do have an audit update, and it's not a good one. Unfortunately, we got the final level reporting on the federal audit, and it will be a finding for sure. It has to do with the turnover in that department, and it's not that we didn't do.
Turnover in what, in accounting?
Janice's position, so she was the one responsible for making sure that these things were happening with these grants. And subrecipient monitoring is something that was selected for audit as part of the grants that they looked at for SLRF. And it's not that we didn't do these things, it's that we can't demonstrate that we did these things to monitor these recipients of the SLRF.
What year are we, 22 or 23?
2023.
Because Janice was here, I'm just trying to think, yes, Janice is here most of 2023. You can't get a letter from her just stating that there was monitoring, because it's too late?
No, that wouldn't be sufficient. Although it is a finding, which is like bad grain, I guess. There's no financial impact. There's nothing.
But that's the first time, because usually our grants have been stellar. So that's the first time we've had findings.
Just a procedure thing.
Yes, and like I said, like, it's very easy to get a finding on the federal compliance side. If you don't have a policy, it's a finding. And so, the inability to demonstrate the subrecipient monitoring it's a finding. Even though we're talking, we did all these things right with $20 million, it's the fact that we can't show that we had them provide us a document every so often that they were doing what they're supposed to be doing. And there were other components that we did comply with related to subrecipient monitoring, but it was the piece related to eligibility, where if we gave them money and they passed it through to tenants, we needed to select a handful of tenants and make sure that they qualified and were eligible for that money instead of relying on the pass-through entity, yeah. And Janice may have done that. We just couldn't find anything to support that she did it.
Oh, learning thing.
Yes.
Well, there was a list of things that needed to be completed by the end of the year, so maybe that was one of our.
Well, and it's not back yet. We're still waiting on all the reporting for the financial side. Everything is done. It's just through the review and what the recommendations will be. There might be another finding on the financial side. It's just not been
Or there might be a transaction between the jail fund.
Oh, you already heard. Interesting, huh? Yeah, it has to do with an entry that should have been a correcting entry. And it was a transfer in, transfer out in the financials, overflating our expenses by $8 million. There's some other little minor things, but if it hadn't been for that, that's the tipping point to make it elevated reporting. It might.
$8 million off. No, it's so close. An error, yeah, no, I don't get too worried about these.
Okay, and that's the only thing we're waiting on too. Once that comes back and they drop those findings, we'll be able to have the exit conference.
Okay.
And we're getting a pass on the accountability audit this year. They'll come back next year, do the financial audit, and do a 2-year accountability. So, I know.
No, they've really been hitting us on the financials, just because we've had so much money. We have 43 million coming through on grants. So this is really our first hit on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been pretty
Like
clean.
you said, you didn't do anything wrong.
No.
Still,
Yeah.
usually we don't. But there was a transition, and it was at the end of the year, and it is hard, because there was really no, Carrie did not get any oversight.
Right.
Well, she had worked underneath Janet, but she didn't get that
Yeah.
2-week transition or.
Yep.
So that really hurts too. So maybe we need to look at that more.
Who's the lady before Janice?
Brittany.
Brittany?
Muscus?
And
Really?
she left. Yeah, Brittany left, and then it was Jill. And
No,
then
there was somebody after Jill.
June.
Wasn't there somebody after Jill?
Brittany,
Really?
because that was
She used to
during
be a
COVID.
TS.
And then
And
she
she used
came
to be
down,
the fairgrounds.
and she a lot of her, she worked from home, and then she basically just, COVID and
Wasn't
situation,
there
she
somebody that
stopped.
came over from like prosecuting attorney or something?
Oh, you're thinking of Amy in public records. Amy, public records. Amy was our public records officer. We've had a lot of transition in our office.
Yeah.
So we've had Amy and Jody. Jody was our
Jody,
public.
that's who I'm thinking of.
Okay, Jody was our public records
Jeez.
officer.
Barbie's heavy out.
Because Jody had it together, I felt.
I'm gonna say Jody was hired after
Missy.
Missy,
Yes.
Jody, Amy, Mike,
Jody was awesome.
Carrie. Right, Carrie? No, not Carrie, Emily.
I will say too, also normally Public Works gets the federal audit. It's just so happens because the ARPA
No,
money is so large.
all of our grants, like our ARPA, it's been our office,
The
so,
OCC for a while.
yeah, you look at last year's and we actually, I'm really surprised we haven't finding.
Yeah, and it's.
But it could be the transition, and if you don't know how, there really was not a lot of transition.
And that will be the cause of effect in the finding was turnover. And they look at more than just that. They look at a lot of other pieces, and this is just one piece of that. So
Oh, I know.
yeah,
They've gotta find something. We do.
You don't have to.
SIP, because we didn't have it on the goal plan.
Yeah, I remember getting a finding for something where I was complying with state law and they didn't agree with the law. Well, it was regarding to sending, I got a finding for not sending money to the state. But the state law says that money is kept by the county. And even though I provided the law to them, they refused to change the finding.
That wasn't me, Daryl.
That was Scott, who's now in accounting in Chelan County.
That was like 15 years ago.
Yes, it is. I still hold a grudge, don't I?
Gosh, dang.
My only finding.
I do like the overtime summary, to kind of see where we're short. Yeah, like Daryl needs to hire another employee if we have that much overtime.
No,
No.
it's PAX.
But what to do?
I did not take any overtime. Not me.
I'm asking you because Daryl was in the.
No, that's why we're asking to change this new software. Because this PAX is so slow. Now we'll see how fast
There will
we.
be issues with that too. I mean, it's not gonna solve all the problems, but yeah, it'll help a lot.
And we're getting closer to our Clemmer Treasurer's financial package being done. It's just,
Yeah, thank you.
What I do?
Thanks all that. We'll like that.
Oh,
So he's doing his thing behind the scenes.
awesome.
Sounded like that was a big cleanup, chart of accounts.
now we're opening a new account for what? Oh, yeah, the Quincy Metropolitan Park. Okay. 54?
54, yes.
For what?
The
New
Quincy
district.
Metropolitan Park. So next
Oh,
year,
yeah.
next year it'll be activated.
I think we'd be making some serious money there.
Wow.
It's gonna be pretty cool.
What will go through there?
Oh, they have a new tax that they put in assessment, so they're using the school district boundaries minus Douglas County. And it will be, I think it's a lot of soccer fields. I don't think they're gonna do a pool.
Indoor, 3 soccer fields indoor, and another size area for basketball courts and other things on another soccer field size.
I don't think
So
that's a
awesome.
So it'll
pool.
be at least 4
There's no pool.
soccer field
I
size.
don't think there's a pool.
There's a pool in
Well,
their
there's a
original.
separate pool
I just figured.
that's under the city, what they were trying to put it under the park,
Oh,
but then they don't have the depth capacity to pay it
Okay,
under.
so, because I think ours is just like sport, like you can have sport, like soccer tournaments, all sorts of tournaments, indoor, year round. But yeah, I didn't think it had a pool, but I mean, it could have a pool, I just didn't think.
that's gonna bring tons of people here.
They need hotels, they're gonna need hotels.
Well, when this is built, there's one entity said they were gonna come and build in Quincy with a major restaurant attached.
No,
But that's still not enough.
Is it out back?
I want a Golden Corral.
We had one,
We had one.
yeah, and it didn't do well.
It would be a TGIF or a.
Call Brian Rosborough and say, hey, can you open up that taco Golden Corral again?
But yeah, no, we have a lot of growth potential coming in District 3, so it's pretty exciting.
And we'll see how much the TIF is gonna impact us.
Let's see, okay, I think it is 11 o'clock. Make sure we are done with this meeting. And now we're gonna talk, oh no, I lied, we have till 11:30.
30,
Well, I didn't think it was only 30 minutes.
because we usually don't go this fast.
Slam through it.
Oh, why we- We'll blame it on Danny, Danny's gone, so we can. What's our health insurance? Looks good.
What do you want?
Any issues on our health insurance? Well, I just don't want any surprises, but we've gotten this stuff previously,
pull it
it's
up.
looking good. Do you know what our bottom line on our budget is? How much are we taking out of reserve to balance our budget,
This year or next year?
2025? We can wait until our meeting. I just think it's like 6, 7 million, 8 million, 6 million.
So from what we budgeted in 2025? Let me pull that up. That's in, did I put it in the POC?
Because LTAC wants to help fund our.
5.6. Wait, no, that's actually our risk insurance payment. So that's not safe.
That's a killer.
Come on. So we need to say self-insurance. I wonder if it's under audit. No, it's not under auditor. County.
I gotta make a phone call, I'll be back at 11:30.
Okay. You're just gonna go see how much money has come in. That'll do it. You're gonna be a YouTube sensation, Daryl. He's got the best meeting, so. What play was he in?
Annie, just recently. He was FDR.
You did good.
He's in the last play he's in.
But I wanna see that, if I hear that song one more time.
Does he sing in the office?
Yeah. Constantly.
That's fine.
No,
Okay,
it
all
was
right.
good.
That's unemployment. That's our interfund benefits fund. Oh, that's probably it.
So you said statistically, we're gonna have a bad year next year?
I don't know if it's gonna be
We kinda like
next year.
it. We never go, well, we used to go like this. It was always good. Then all of a sudden it's like,
And that's claims.
yeah. Couple heart attacks, cancers.
Well,
And then some of them are extremely expensive.
Yeah.
We have one employee or what is it?
A belly
Dependent of an employee who
A
is
belly button.
who is at above our stop loss. That's okay.
And our stop loss kicks in.
Yeah. And then whoever's insuring that to their stop loss, to Lloyd's of London, who's insuring for the world apocalypse.
But that stop loss starts every year, doesn't it?
Yeah. Should.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, it's like, we have a new stop loss. We had an employee that would trigger the stop loss every year, so they raised that stop loss for that one employee. I don't know who it was, but just because it was,
Yeah.
so our stop loss instead of like 250 or 300 was 500 or 600,000.
So what was the question?
Oh, how are we looking at? Insurance, we're building our pool, it's looking good.
Yeah.
We can have a,
As of right now, it's almost $6 million.
okay,
And next year, we're going to surplus. I know we built it into the budget.
yeah, we have a 3% increase.
506,000 is what we're planning to
Addition,
send to the budget. Surplus into our reserve.
the healthcare reserves, not our reserves.
No, okay.
Making sure. People don't think they're funding our current expense.
No. And then, I don't know the left one statistics, but that should be.
Well, it's gonna keep going up. Well, I don't know, I feel like we're gonna hit a peak. just because they're all getting older. Usually they peak before they.
Then it drops.
When is, I mean, don't you guys have a meeting with the healthcare?
We don't meet with
People
them. We used to meet with
ever?
them quarterly, so we don't. I know,
I meet monthly.
Oh,
With
do
We
them?
you?
meet monthly.
Oh, with your
Danny
group.
was there at the last one, so he must get an
Oh.
invite. It's
But it's with the people, you know,
It's
the,
with the healthcare.
Yeah.
With our provider, like
Yeah,
Hub,
yeah.
Dan from Hub. Yeah, because
Yeah.
we used to go through that. Well, they used to meet with the committee and then they met with the commissioners, which was extremely helpful because then they were kind of like, hey, you need to like
Yeah.
let us know that quit using the emergency room.
Mhm.
You can use this online. So we don't.
We just had the annual update and we're actually looking really good. So there's certain tiers, like where if you go to the emergency room, like, yeah, you could have gotten away with going to urgent care. We had only the tier where if you went to the emergency room, you were supposed to go to the emergency room.
Okay, so that's.
So, that was looking really good.
We also had COVID too earlier, so I'm sure. You never know.
They just gave that update last Tuesday. I don't know, Danny was there at one of them, so I thought that you guys got invites, but maybe.
No, he probably requested invite.
Maybe.
But they used to meet with all three commissioners, so we had a little overdue.
Do you want me to ask them if they can do something for you guys?
Would you, I thought it was extremely helpful,
Yeah, we just need the request made to Barb to add to the schedule.
but yeah, request Hub, well, do we go through you, do we go through HR, because HR has kind of been the. Yeah, it'd be nice if we had at least an annual update.
I'll coordinate something.
I found that very helpful. And Larissa has been good about sending us the packet information,
she's great.
she really is.
Right,
Okay, well, it's 11:08, we are in recess until 11:30, when we meet with the 311 fund stakeholder account. Good morning, it's 11:30. We are here for the Law and Justice, the new jail 311 fund for our stakeholder meeting. Welcome. Come to the table if you'd like. Join us.
Hey, Andy, how are you? How's it going?
I don't have anything to add for the 311. I mean,
Any spending?
have not. Only spending out of the construction bond, so I don't touch the 311, so.
Well, is this the one where, this is where Mandy said it's the wrong number.
Yeah, it's all in 117 now.
Yeah,
117?
117, yeah.
Here we go.
Okay.
So Tom's right, we have nothing for 311.
I don't have anything for 117 either, so I know we talked about it.
So we need to switch this to the 711 account, or 117.
117, so, but, yeah.
Caitlin or Brittany, so next time on the agenda, instead of the 311, if we could change it to the 117 account. This is the stakeholder meeting.
And what do we want to address in this meeting?
I think there's just that we knew, I think so everybody knew what was going on in this and it wasn't a big
Spending,
surprise.
revenue.
So,
What we're gonna do when we get done with the jail.
well, I think that's completely separate from the 117. The 117 is only monies we use to pay for the bond, right? So, and whatever excess revenue and what we decide to do with that. But we're still a long way from figuring out what we're gonna do. So. I
Is
think
this,
more importantly, it's what,
the 117, is this what we can use to fund? Like we wanted to help with the more, or, I mean, not that we're going to, I'm just throwing that out there, but it would have to do something with law and justice.
I think,
New pots for
it has
jail,
to fit what was on the ballot.
well, the three,
law and justice.
yeah, well, okay, so I'm gonna get back to my original question. What do we wanna focus on in this regular occurring meeting with the 117? Do we want to show each time we have this meeting what revenues are brought in and whether or not we are or not investing that and how that investment fund is doing since it's just sitting there? Because none of us should be, or if we are, because none of us should be spending out of that except for paying the bond payment, correct? And everything else should be saved at this point.
So for me on this meeting, I would like to know, well, I know most of these because I was just in a meeting and went over all these numbers, but that doesn't mean anyone else has gone over them. So going over 117 and knowing the cash on hand at 14 million, doing the 311, the same thing. Any big things that are changing, maybe tours that we do, kind of just letting the group know what's going on that surrounds that fund.
If I remember right, it was kind of set up just like as a transparency thing to make sure that we were, sharing
All the
information.
other electeds
Yeah.
are on the
So
same page.
as far as I know, nothing has been spent out of 117 unless, except for the bond payment. There is the 5% of revenue surplus that gets deposited once a year. But that's not, this year's deposit won't be made until next year because we don't know what the total revenue is. As far as the jail goes, the jail's going really well. We saved quite a bit of money through the bid process. We're currently tracking at a total with soft costs of about 134 million, not 155, but that's subject to change. It's kind of a living expense as we go. So, and then of course the thoughts of what we do with the law and justice building when we're done. Still a lot of questions there. So, I've received an email from Kim, and I received an email from Tyson, and I received an email from Nick Wallace. And I haven't put them all together in various notes yet on that meeting we had about the future of the courts. I just haven't had time to aggregate all that data and put it into something useful for everybody. That's where I'm at on all of those.
Okay, so we're at, excuse me,
Does anybody
like
have
1 point.
Anybody have any questions on the jail?
On the intranet.
On the construction?
I thought that's where I was at, wasn't it?
You're way back in the peanut gallery.
I thought it was already on, I guess I'm not. Yeah, we'll find it.
So the 134, does that include the sheriff or exclude the sheriff?
No, it includes.
Oh, okay.
does not include soft costs.
That's some of the soft costs.
Yeah, tax.
So it was expected to be a total of about 155 million. The current GMP is at 120,796,000. That's the hard number after all of our bids, right? So that's what it is. 8.2% sales tax is 9.9 million. That puts us at 130 million. We have a $2.6 million budget for furniture, fixtures, and equipment. And we've spent to date 1.2 million in miscellaneous fees, which includes the purchase of the land. So that's, 800,000 of that 1.2 million is the purchase of the land. And the architect's fees are on top of that at 9 million. So that puts us possibly at a total of 144. But we'll see. We still got some opportunities to save.
So has the sale to the PUD been completed, or is it still to be done?
No, it has not been completed because we're working on shrub step mitigation.
Okay. And then
And
that
we
money,
can't finish the short plat until that's done.
right, and then that money will go into this fund. So that's a new, good revenue source, okay. So right now, because we talk about the morgue, 54 million, we were 80 million, right? When our first bond, I can't remember what our first bond was.
89 million.
Yeah, it was 89,
89?
I think that's right.
Okay, so then we're at 45 million, we got the morgue at 10 million. So right now, we're still about 45 million around there to finance still. To finance with the new debt. Then the morgue is gonna be paid by a different resource. All right, that's,
Yeah, Daryl pointed out 133 account, we have
And
6 million. 6.3 million.
And not a justice project, but if we're gonna do a bond, do we wanna talk about fairgrounds office and WSU extension building at the fairgrounds at all? Do we wanna pull on that string a little bit?
what's the revenue source in that? Is that current expense or is that gonna be,
Give you
There's,
read.
well, could it be this 133?
I
It could be
asked,
133.
there's a possibility there might be some grant funds available too that would offset it, but we gotta talk about that more, so.
And does WSU, if we're building this facility, do we get to raise the rent to WSU?
We can, but we have to pay for it.
No, we have to build the building and then they're leasing the building.
Do they lease it from us? I thought we,
I don't
know.
I don't believe-
That's my,
think so.
I was
No,
assuming that
we
all
have-
along.
we have an interlocal agreement. And then we pay for a couple employees and provide all their benefits. And no, I think if we increase the rent, we would get to pay the rent.
Well, I think not a fair question without WSU being here at the table because of, they could better articulate everything they do provide for the county.
So another thought in regards to the whatever the best term for repurposing. Is this, or repurposing of that might be also 133.
Yeah, I
Option.
think we can use 130. And I'm not saying WSU,
No,
they
no,
are
I'm
extremely
just-
important. We live in an ag community. Their pest control is spot on, they're out there working, the 4-H, so I didn't wanna
No, I didn't think so. I didn't think it.
make it sound like I didn't care about it because I feel like it's an important factor.
Yeah, you almost
in Grant
wanna
County.
consider, when we figure out how we're gonna repurpose that, then that might be a revenue source to pay the debt on that. And not,
Well, I think we're, as commissioners, we're trying to be a little frugal going in because we know we have this bond that we have to pay. There's another bond that we need to seek for the balance, and so,
I'm trying to figure out
yeah, I don't think
what
we
our
can
future
keep
looks
going
like
as like
is
we
not a
have
simple
been.
thing to do, I can tell you.
Our REIT and all those other accounts are gonna be used to pay down some of that debt.
yeah, the only thing I don't know is have you, for your budget process, tied 133 too much already?
No, I think we continue to put the payments we've taken out through
For the debt payments of the current fair.
Fair and, wasn't it for this remodeled for the,
Yeah, okay.
so no, there's
All right.
still money in there.
Well, the revenue's coming in there pretty well,
Yes, it is.
and that's, yeah. We're, I
Just,
just reported this morning that so far we're at 11% pace for countywide, which includes the cities, and by coincidence, the same for the county. This would be
11% growth.
growth over last year. We have a lot of things happening in this county. And so, fortunately, a lot of it's inside Moses Lake, so we're getting skimming off part of their money. We have a lot of things going on.
Tom, what do you anticipate, just off the top of your head, a building would cost for 4-H and, or the WSU extension and the fair?
It's gonna be between 3 and 4 million if you're looking at about a 15,000 square foot building. So currently WSU is using 7,000 square feet, but if you've ever walked through there, they're absolutely shoehorned in there. There's 2 and some, I think in some offices, 3 desks in a small office. Like the size of yours, there's 2 desks and they've got all of their stuff crammed in there. I mean, they don't have any storage. They easily need 10,000 square feet. The fair office is currently 2,000 feet. So they had, that would be a 12,000 square foot building. So if you did a 15,000 square foot building, of course, I'm just throwing it out there. You're giving the fair office a little bit of room to grow and better space for WSU. Figure $400 per square foot times 15,000 square feet.
Okay, so then what happens to the building WSU is in right now?
Well, that's part of the whole.
Jail.
How many balls can you get in the air at one time, right? So,
That was just a temporary facility that we have turned it into a facility that is, they keep telling us, it was a small fix.
I would love to find a way to get all the courts here in Ephrata. The district court has said that they might be willing to close Wheeler.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think there's still discussion at the district court that they have to do on that. But if we could, then we could surplus that building. I would also love to find a way to, if I can get all the courts down here, to get youth services down to this campus and surplus that building. Because both of them are anchors that cost us quite a bit to maintain.
Yeah, well, it's on Wheeler, it's not a downtown location, that's still a major pathway. So there's a lot of good chance that.
Well, those aren't my decisions to make
I
either,
know.
that's just my ideas.
Okay. All right, well, sounds like your numbers are better. I think, now you guys didn't get a thing from Jim Nelson. I was expecting something from Jim Nelson by now and I haven't gotten it, so. For some updated numbers. But what we need is, unfortunately, the interest rates for the long end have increased despite the rate cut. Because everyone's not sure what's gonna happen with this election. So that's why we gotta wait it out and not incur the debt for as long as possible until we get some rates that start to go down. And then hopefully that audit, that the finding.
It won't impact your Moody's rating, I promise you.
Okay. All right, yes, because that's what we're needing as part of the thing to get the process started by the end of this year, have that Moody's rating be done for a future debt issue next year.
So we're trying to get that done this year yet?
Well, the financial audit, is it financial audit? Or okay, financial audit is the audit we want to be done. So then we can use that audit to be used for our rating agencies.
And we can get that done by the end of the year?
Well, sounds like it's almost done now.
Yeah, we're just waiting on an exit conference.
Oh, okay. So we've got that part of our component out of the way. So now it's just finding a timing for the ratings, to get that rating, and then how far we can use that rating in the future.
Do we have to do a ratings presentation like we did before?
Yeah. Boy, do we have a story to tell from last time we've done this. Boy, we had a great story to tell past then. Now we're having to me, it's a better story that we don't get
So-
credit for for our size of a county.
So how do we want to start putting that story together? So
Well,
we
Jim
start
Nelson,
working
Jim Nelson starts gathering the data, so I'll go report to him. That's this
And read
component
along.
up and we start talking about strategy on the bond rating. Then, but I still sure like it to be at least in May, the need for the money. We'll see, but it's.
the need for the money. So bonding prior to that, knowing what money we
The
need.
money we have right now
Yeah.
can last to May.
Yeah.
With the interest income and with the PUD being put in there. Until we need to replenish and finish the project. So. But. Yeah, because well, if we have the jail debt is gonna be one thing, one finance resource. We'll have the other debts that we add on top of it will have other resources. And they'll have a mixture of principal and interest for those that'll be normal. But the jail debt, we don't have the revenue flow yet to be able to pay a normal interest and penalty and principal payments for the immediate future years. It's too much. But we have, based on our growth, that's gonna be more than enough in the future. That's what we have to work on. Finding a combination to be able to pay for this and get some principal in if possible. Just a lot of numbers I'm throwing in my head right now. Maybe I'll just retire. No.
You got it in a couple years, not right now.
You
You
have
gotta
to,
get
you have
it.
to send that request to central services, just so you know.
Hold on, Daryl, it's not yet.
I'm just tired. And if you haven't seen Annie, we got 2 more weekends, not many seats for this weekend, but we have a lot more seats on the final weekend. We've been having sellouts. And I get to play President Roosevelt.
You're a little tired, I'm a little tired.
You know, I've been drinking diet A&W root beer, which has no caffeine in it. I'm now understanding what the difference is.
You know, if you get regular A&W root beer, regular root beer doesn't have caffeine either, it doesn't have to be
I know,
diet, so you can go on full-on root beer.
I know.
Sugar, you gotta watch the sugar.
I
Have
was just
little
doing a
caffeine
trial to see what do I do if I just drink no caffeine at all.
there. You walk faster in the hallways and you're more, you're
was.
on fire, Daryl. You're on fire when you're on caffeine.
I just want to prove that I can do it.
How long
I
has
don't say it
been?
doesn't have an effect, but I can do it. So, all right, well, I'm gonna use this.
Okay, wait, how long have you been on diet root beer? You can't just.
Last 4 days.
Okay. You're going through withdrawals, you have a headache.
Yeah, I was just testing myself.
Don't do that, because people are coming in to make taxes, we need to run your. Okay, is that it? We get Daryl squared away.
That's it.
Okay, it's 11:30.
Get Daryl squared away.
We are in recess until 1 o'clock, and we have our commissioners meeting.
You're unmuted.
Good afternoon, it is 1 o'clock. We are here for the Commissioners Roundtable. Call the meeting to order. We have an open forum for citizens input, 3 minutes per person, a 15-minute time limit. Thank you for joining us. You're so bright and colorful today.
I'm just feeling that way today.
Can you share with us?
Dave, do you have anything? Okay. Tom? Hi. Do we have anybody on?
We do. Okay, I am unmuting. Well, it's not
You are
letting me,
asking them to unmute.
and it won't even let me ask to unmute.
Okay, well, I can do it.
Okay,
So Jim M.
I don't see
You
a
would
Jim,
like
I see Cammy.
Well, that's funny, popping up here.
Oh, that's interesting.
Cammy, Jim, whoever
Okay,
you are.
well, Cammy and Jim M. have the ability to talk now, if you would like to make a public comment. They are not
It
unmuted.
sounds like they do not. Okay. Thank you, Caitlin and Barb, for participating. So moving right along from our citizens input, I'm looking for approval of the agenda.
I move to approve the agenda as presented.
I'll second. There's been a motion second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Please note for the record that Commissioner Stone is gone. I'm sure he is having the best day ever. And this meeting is being recorded and you will be able to find it on YouTube. Okay, correspondence, emails, letters of support, etc.
Yes, I have 2. The first one is mostly geared at Rob right now. There's a ribbon cutting ceremony for the Grant County Court District Number 4. They're trying to pick a date for this event. The 2 dates that they've presented are December 13th or December 17th.
Thursday and a Tuesday.
Cindy has responded saying that the 17th would work for her. Is there a specific date that would maybe work for you if you're interested in going?
Well, the 17th is a Tuesday, so would it be in the evening?
She has not given a time. She is just trying to pick a date right now. And I'll ask Danny when he gets back since this is his
Yeah, it is his district, so I would probably wait for Danny.
It's my dog's birthday that day,
So does that mean that you're unavailable or?
No.
Oh, okay.
but usually Tuesday, the 13th would work for me. But yeah, 17th's fine, 13th's fine.
And then we also just got, literally like 10 minutes ago, got an email from a Lorraine Ralston, the Washington State Coordinator for the upcoming semi-quincentennial celebration of America in 2026. She is looking for a commissioner. She's wondering if there's a commissioner that could meet with her on Wednesday, November 13th between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m.
November 13th,
Yes,
1 to what time?
11 to 1.
Is it sesquicentennial?
Semi-quincentennial,
Okay.
yes. She says she wants to chat about how the county can get engaged. And I will forward this email to you guys.
Oh, November 13th.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that would probably work.
I will forward this to you.
Wait, do we have something on the 13th? I thought we
Tentative.
had something. Yeah,
tentative-
no, it won't
tentative
work then.
executive session.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm thinking, let me look at all my calendars.
And then the county leaders conference is the next thing.
See, I used to have Thursday on one calendar. So possibly not.
Those are to that.
Because I think your meetings are probably gonna take a while. Okay, thank you, Caitlin. Barb, do you have anything?
I do not.
Chrissy?
Not for round 2.
Commissioners Roundtable miscellaneous discussion.
Okay, well,
Go ahead, you go first.
there's only 27 items. Under New Hope, I apparently hit enter halfway through that item. So it's one out-of-state travel request. There are not 2 requests from New Hope, it's just 1. So there are only 27 items. And we have a walk-on, that is the,
Oh, I see what, okay, so everything,
We
Yeah,
can
but
make a
17 and
motion that
18
works
are-
for that.
One unit, we'll just leave it that way, 17 or 18 on one.
And then we have the walk-on, which is amending the recommendation from LTAC to include the $100,000 as budgeted for the destination marketing legislation.
Thank you. Barb?
Yes, you asked me to bring this back to you after your meeting with accounting. If you will be discussing position management during the November 15th update for budget. You said you wanted to talk during the finance with Mandy, so I need to let Decorah know if you will be talking about that and her to attend.
Yeah, I did not get the numbers that, for the accounting. So I think we probably will not be discussing position management.
Okay. I will let Decorah know.
Sean, your thoughts?
Yeah, I would agree. They're just curious because they wanna know if we want these requested positions to go through PMRT or if we're just going to put them into the budget. So.
Okay. Then we'll have so we have a budget meeting, just to clarify, we have a budget meeting on November 15th because the commissioners have not heard the final, how much we're over or under, how much we're pulling from reserve. So this will be a time that we can actually, will be the first time that we can figure out what it looks like. We did do an assignment of our capital purchases just to kind of pull whatever we could out of current expense, but we added an ADA path, but we did not cut anything. We've not added new positions in, we just wanted to see kind of a baseline on the 15th to see where we're at. And then we'll have another budget meeting when we actually do some cutting. We usually don't do additions to the budget, but we would probably bring in some of the capital, and then the addition of new employees at a later date. Between the November 15th and December 2nd. That will be happening.
Couple things, so I don't, and excuse me for not remembering, but I don't remember the discussion about the ADA path, so if I can get together with you after the meeting and you show me where that is, then I can get a cost from Andy for the budget. The PMRT thing, I guess I'm not sure on the process. I think they have to be in the budget regardless, right? So if they're not in the budget, we can't even bring them to you. And then it goes through PMRT and they decide.
Last year we put it in PMRT, the first time we've ever done that.
In the budget.
We put it in the budget, but you had to go through PMRT. Well, then some of the elected officials, if it's in the budget, they really don't have to, I mean, the money's already there. So it kind of,
Backfired.
it didn't work well. So when we put it in the budget, it's their money, they can do whatever they want with it. So if we can't afford it, we're not gonna put it, if we can afford it, we'll put it in the budget. Not every,
It's a good clarification.
okay, so anything else for the roundtable?
Number 12, the storage rental agreement, are you good on that one? To you? Because I mean, if you're a yes, I was a no, or I was a no, you're a yes, then kind of, might as well hold.
So we kind of agreed that wherever is Cooley Creative, you contact with Cooley Creative, and then go ahead and move the storage facility there, but you probably want to do it sooner than later. So I think but if you haven't, I don't know what the plan is, if you have a different entity, then I would probably put it up in Cooley City.
My one comment about that is that we don't have an official answer about whether tourism / the board would like to renew with Cooley Creative. So tourism is supposed to make their recommendation after their meeting next week. And then we'll send the updated contract to prosecuting attorney's office.
And we should probably hold it.
Okay, so let's hold number 12.
Do you wanna hold it for 1 week or 2?
2.
We'll have an answer in a week.
2 weeks.
Okay. Okay, I think that's it for roundtable. Consent agenda, ready to move on to consent agenda? So we have items 1 through 28, they're listed, but New Hope numbers 17 and 18 are actually one item.
I move to approve consent agenda items 1 through 11, holding number 12 for 2 weeks, 13 through 16, 17 and 18, noting that they are actually only one consent agenda item, and 19 through 28 as presented.
Okay, I'll second. I think I heard correctly. Approving items 1 through 28, noting that 17 and 18 are the same item, holding number 12 for 2 weeks, and not approving number 15, which is because of the moratorium. Is there a second? Oh, I did a second. So there's been a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Just noting that number 15 is a deny.
The request is to deny it.
Oh, denied under moratorium. Yes, we will.
So you will approve the request to deny.
Mhm.
Yes, okay. So actually, we don't need to.
It wasn't in my motion.
Okay. All right, I can see that. So let me correct my second. So I will second. There's been a motion and a second to approve action items 1 through 28. Holding number 12 for 2 weeks, noting that 17 and 18 are the same request. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Consent agenda has been approved. Sorry, could we make that so confusing? And we have a walk-on, we have an LTAC.
Yeah, I move to approve the walk-on item for LTAC showing the $100,000 being allocated to Grant County for destination marketing firm to do their study. It was approved during the LTAC meeting, however, did not make it on to the consent agenda in the list. There's just a miss.
I'll second. There's been a motion and a second to approve the LTAC $100 grant for destination marketing for Grant County. Any discussion?
Discussion just being $100,000. Just making that note.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
The walk-on item has been approved. And this concludes our meeting. We'll go ahead and sign.
This is the walk-on. Look for the date, it's the 28th. This is the AP batch.
We do an AP every week or every 2 weeks still?
So we're switching tables to every week, so I believe that it's gonna be every week, no? This is the minutes for approval. We could send for?
No, but it's $3 million project.
Do you,
I just wanted
do you want
to
me to show you on that map?
No problems. Love it. West Shore.
No, let me show you, I'll show you on the map.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe that.
I'm assuming you're talking about.
This is, I mean, you figure out, Jim will know which is the best, because there's a lot of people that walk through here, and they don't know.
What do you need for Halloween?
There you go. From Impossible. Alright, well, it's a cannabis retailer license application.
This is the now one?
This is the, you are accepting this one.
this one,
Oh, this is just a retailer.
This is all connected.
So I just, here, just, I'm telling you, a lot of people.
This is interagency agreement between Washington State
Yeah.
Department of Agriculture.
Because this is paved now, so yeah, no, okay.
Okay, you'll get that too.
Yep, I will.
I'm gonna get back to you, John.
Cindy, this is a retailer, cannabis retailer license.
See you later.
Thanks for.
You here after consent, Rob?
Yep, I'll be right here. Just come back in like 5 minutes.
You want to turn this way?
No, I'll go that way.
Okay.
Will the LTAC grant award letters go out next
After-
week?
They'll go out this week.
Okay. Ring, 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 ring.
I'm quick dating because I can't quite figure out what.
Reimbursement request from Hope Source. Reimbursement request from Big Bend Community College, the ARPA. Reimbursement request from the City of Moses Lake. Reimbursement request from the Housing Authority of Grant County.
Is Danny back next week?
Yes.
We need to know the process
Reimbursement request from New Hope.
of how to handle ARPA with the City of Moses Lake if they do not use their new pallet
So
shelters.
it's also from New Hope, but for ARPA.
We need to figure out when the deadline is.
I think we're trying to do it in November, so we have
Huh?
some.
It's the appointment
Muffin
letter from
Claude
Solid
back.
Waste Advisory Committee.
Claw back?
Yeah.
Never want to give them back.
You don't wanna give it back?
They want to give it back.
They want to.
I think they can get back.
They can use it then.
This is the request to approve.
They can use it.
From LTAC.
If they wanna give it back.
They'll have a big
Well, we
line
want
if
to
they don't.
redistribute the funds in
This is a
time
liquor
if
license
they're not gonna spend
application.
them, and they spent them already. The pallets are sitting at the municipal airport in a storage.
This is the
They're not even
request,
using them?
request
No,
to deny the
They bought
process
them.
application.
Thank you for clarifying, yeah, because it hasn't been that way. Oh,
Did you pull the hold?
Hmm?
Did you pull the hold one?
Yeah.
My eye is super dry.
I actually,
This is the contract with Harvard Company for the old courthouse.
Caitlin, 2 attendees just popped up.
No, one of those attendees is on there twice. This is the out-of-state travel request for 8 employees from New Hope to go to San Diego.
17 and 18 or 16 and 17?
Yes. This is a request to surplus a rock rig to then be sold to Franklin County. It's a local agency agreement for the West Canal Bridge. Request for Andy Booth to sign a grant agreement. Authorization to call for bids for West Shore Drive.
Yay.
Nearly a $3 million project.
Now, how does that work with the city? If they
This
annex,
is
will they?
the contract for furniture was
Take it
reviewed
over.
by legal.
Shoot,
Is that a federal grant?
Yes.
I actually signed this. I'll initial that I signed it. I'm trying to listen and I'm not paying attention. When we use our own funds, then we went into that revenue sharing agreement.
It's the agreement with Helios.
Because you have to act, we do a road and they appropriate it, annex it.
Out-of-state travel request for Delhi, Anderson. Out-of-state travel request for Juan Padilla. Hit training use agreement with 9 Mile Hill Properties. Out-of-state travel request for TS employees.
Laserfish, something you'd be interested in going?
Yes. I would love to go to it.
You were. I guess Tom's gone, but you're gonna talk to Tom about it, cause I think Barb and Brittany went. So if you'll be implementing it, you may wanna.
Would love
look into
to.
it. What are we talking about?
Laserfish, empower.
Yes.
Nice.
It is on the radar.
It is on the radar. Okay, that's what I have.
Thank you.
Okay, it's 1:22. We are in recess until our next meeting is, I think, at 3 o'clock with Columbia Basin Dispute Resolution. They will be going over there. Presenting.
Okay, it took me a hot minute, but I am in.
All right, we're on. Good afternoon. It is 3:06 p.m. We are going into our public meeting. Just a reminder that these Zooms will be saved to YouTube for future viewing. We have Columbia Basin Dispute Resolution Center here for an update. Would you guys like to introduce yourselves?
My name is Donna Pierce, from Ephrata.
Amber Gilbert, Executive Director, and I'm from Cooley City.
I'm Rusty Hunt, Chairman of the Board for the DRC. And I'm also from Cooley.
Thank you guys for coming. If you want to jump into your update, you're welcome.
All right. It's basically annual report, so I'm reporting on 2023. And do you want me to just read the report?
You can touch on your bullet points or anything that's different, or like we had talked earlier, not sure we've done one of these, so.
I know I haven't, so this is kind of new to me. But first of all, we want to thank the court for the funding that you graciously send our way and the support that helps us provide services for the constituents of Brent County. This last year, we did, in 2023, we had 1,179 cases that we worked on. 1,115 of those were tenant landlord cases. Lots of those were in that first 6 months of the year in the ERPP program. And those, we actually got settlement rates between landlords and tenants and kept people in their homes 78.2% of the time. So by the estimates, that would save the county around $300,000. We did see fewer family law cases needing mediation in 23. We mediated 40 parenting plans with a settlement rate of 45%. We also held 20 divorce dissolution mediations with a settlement rate of 65%. This translates to a savings to the court of about $112,000. So between the tenant, landlord, and the family law, the estimated savings to the courts is $412,000. Since the end of ERPP last June, family law cases have picked up. So this year, in 2024, we've already had 104 family law cases come through our center. Some have been for mediation. Some have just been people calling in and coming in to get help with the court filing forms. And some have just been people asking questions and needing referrals to other services. So the year has started out strong and looks to be another year that we should be able to save the court some funding. In 2023, we served 1,647 adults, and through our family law mediations, we assisted 76 children in having a more stable, mutually agreed parenting plans. And since they are mutually agreed by the parents, they're a little more likely to be withheld or upheld by the parents than those that are arbitrarily put together for them. And because of that stability in those plans, there's additional savings to the court that we don't know. There's not really a way to quantify what that would be because we're not having repeat. And we did that with our staff putting in 1,900 hours throughout the year and about 65 hours of volunteers in addition to our staff. Now, one of the things that we have been able to do this year, partially due to the funding that we received last year from the court, is that we have been able to put our mediators from a strictly volunteer basis to the point to when they become certified, we can actually compensate them a little bit for their time, which we haven't been able to do in the past. So that's all great. And this past year, we actually showed a profit of $29,140.92. So, which gives us a little bit more of a buffer for the lean times that are, very possibly in the future. And as we maintain this trend of the increased mediations, the increased client base, and the increased funding, we are increasing the programs that we're offering. We are, again, this year, we have started offering basic mediation and family mediation training. So that we have our next, it's a total of 56 hours of training. Our next one is set to be in January of 2025. We've been able to hire bilingual staff this year. So my assistant is fully bilingual, and quite an asset. Right now, she's off on maternity leave, so it's been a little crazy. But, and we're also, with the court's continued support, able to offer landlord-tenant mediations at no charge. So we are continuing to promote housing stability in our county by being able to help those that are having issues with either keeping their rent paid or making their lease demands or those kinds of things. And we're continuing to develop other services that we feel will benefit the citizens of the county. And with an eye towards helping to ease the burden on the court. And with your continued support, we can continue to advertise, which we have right now. We have TV advertisements. We have radio advertisements going. We've been able to put up some more signage on our building. We've been able to do outreach events, more so than we have in the past, that we're able to get out and get our name and our services known in the community. And we're just want to thank you guys for your support. It has been a very welcomed addition to helping us reach our goals.
What is the Superior Court contribution?
Well, I've got it listed as Superior Court, but that's the county court funding.
Yeah, okay, right there.
Yeah, and last year was 16,940 in total for the year.
So you really saved the county a lot of money. 400,000 for 17,000. Oh, wow.
So, any questions? I mean, the other parts of this, we have, that's that. Basically our activity summary, which I kind of broke down in this overview, but this just is a chart showing the types of cases that we did, the staff hours included, and the settlement rates of each of those. And how many hours were actually mediation, how many volunteer, the adults directly served. So that's where we came up with this 1,647, and we had a total of 87 children indirectly served.
Do the courts contact you for these services?
The courts have contacted us, we have the courts, the Superior Court, when the clients come through and they're not in agreement, the judge sends them the mediation.
Okay.
So, but the court itself doesn't let us know, hey, we're sending X people over. The people are required to give us a call. So we directly get indirect information there. So, but yeah, it's a lot of that comes from the court.
Is there any cost to those individuals?
There is I should have brought a sliding scale. We do, our scale of what a mediation would cost each party runs from $25 to $225. And that mediation can be 4 hours. So, and that is not an hourly fee. That is, you come in, you call in, start the intake process, we reach out to the other party, make the calls, try to get them to the table, get them to the table, let them say their piece, work with them to craft an agreement, print that agreement, have them sign it, and they walk out with that signed agreement ready to go to the court. That's what they get for their money. So, pretty good deal. And if we have clients that are destitute and cannot pay $25, it's a pro bono. We just do it. And then the next is our mediation evaluation summaries. Last year, we had 60 evaluations turned in. And this kind of shows, you know, the questions that are asked on those summaries and those evaluations. And mediators were fair and impartial. That 96.7 of the people that we mediated said yes. The situation was improved. We got 75% saying that yes, it was improved. You know, helped in communication, 90% saying yes. Helped understand what's going on with the other person, 91.7 said yes. And we've got 93.3% of the people that we've worked with saying, yes, I would definitely recommend mediation. I would recommend you're centered to someone else. And then a total agreement reached of 81.7% of the time. And then the next sheet is a breakdown of how those savings are calculated. And basically, a superior or juvenile court savings are estimated that each case we spend approximately 5 hours and at $800. So, and then pretty much the same until you get down to the district courts, and that's like 3/4 of an hour times 1,000. We don't have anything last year in the district court that we did. Was all basically superior. And then the profit and loss.
But district court does not use you guys currently much?
No. We have.
Is that a judge thing?
It may be, I really don't know.
Yeah, it may be.
Maybe they're not totally aware or, because I think they're all newer.
I know in the past, we've approached the district court and they just have said, we don't need you. Where I know in some counties, they have mediators that actually go in, and if in district court, they need to go to mediation, they just go outside, meet with a mediator, and then go back in after the settlement is done. So there is value to it, but we haven't been able to break through yet.
We have recently had a couple of cases that have been referred to us from district court. The clients, I said, because we always ask, when somebody calls in, I always ask, how did you hear about us? Or did somebody suggest you call us? And we have had a couple of them within the last 3 months or so that have said, yeah, we just got back from district court and they said I should probably come see you guys. So that's picked up from what we had last year, because we don't think we had any last year at all.
No, I don't think we've had any in the past at all.
That's cool, man.
At Quincy Valley Days or Quincy Farmer Awareness Days, we met with, Mayor and I were just going through the exhibitors there. We got talking to Kyle Foreman from the sheriff's office. He was not aware of us, which was surprising. But we shared all of our information and said this is something that we think that the sheriff's office could use in disputes, that they would be able to refer them to the DRC. So that's some of the outreach that ARA's had and that is following up on.
Yeah, Adriana actually, she's from the last board meeting, she picked up the racks and the cards and she was gonna drop them off here, the Quincy Police Department, and I believe Moses Lake Cares.
Moses Lake Cares, right, because we did that one that same time. So our outreach is starting to have some play. probably will make us busier, so we gotta get our training done, so.
Does the dispute resolution, can anybody reach out to you? For businesses or individual people or?
We basically will mediate anything that isn't a criminal case.
Gotcha.
As long as there's no, you're not breaking the law and you're wanting to mediate your way out of that, that's not gonna happen. But, yeah.
Well, and just as we did with, in front of the commission here that one time, we also could facilitate meetings and we can help with HR issues on businesses as well. When it comes to helping with disputes, sharing those kind of things. The training all covers all of those things.
I can't really think of any other questions. Cindy, do you have any questions? Maybe not.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you guys for coming and presenting, and I'm sorry I got a late start in, but we appreciate all the work that you guys do for us and just appreciate all that you do for the county. So thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any closing?
Not really. I just want to, again, our continued appreciation. And thank you for keeping us in your budget. And hopefully we've got many years we can be helping each other out.
Yeah, it looks like you have a large contribution to us, so thank you. And hopefully district court continues to work with you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you guys for coming.
You're welcome.
We will go into recess until 3 p.m. tomorrow, where Commissioner Carter and I are scheduled to be at Community Court Resource Meet and Greet, but no official business meetings.
You'll be at the Columbia Basin Development League. Are you gonna leave there?
Yeah, maybe.
Are you? Okay.
Yeah. I don't want to say I won't and then do it. So we will go into recess for today. Thank you.